Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so last time we were able to deflake our um, mouse tests. We were able to actually send input to the right window. It involved a lot of cleanup in our C++ code. There's probably more cleanup to do, but tis what it is. Oh wow, they just extern seed the whole thing. If you're not familiar, extern C just means make sure not to do C++ name mangling on things, so that the symbols exported from the translation unit are kind of look and feel like C symbols, so that C code and C++ code can interop better. If that is all Greek to you, don't worry. You can ask questions. But long story short, by doing that, you tell the compiler, hey, we're probably going to be using C code too, so, do what you need to do to make it so that C code can call us nicely. One thing I noticed, I think, last time was that, oh, yeah. We have a kind of change in flight right now. One thing I noticed last time was when I went to run my formatter, it doesn't really do anything. And I would imagine that's due to not being able to find the compile commands.json file. So it doesn't know how to run whatever tooling it needs to run. Let's look at my keybinds here, because I forget exactly what it does. So it runs clang tidy -- fix, format style is Google, on mod, which is like the current file. Cool. But does clang tidy know to look for compile commands.json in that directory? Probably not. So let's look. -p build path. All parent paths of the first input file. Shouldn't it look in the same directory as thing? Okay, so what are the file? Let's look at our compile commands.json. I put it here to try to make it easier. But yeah, it's a relative path. Oh, and if I pass mod, well, hold on. I think it just looks up. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the arguments. That's the arguments to the compiler. I think it's going to look for the absolute path, right? if the path of a file is absolute, it needs to point, sure, if the path is relative, the current working directory needs to be in the CMake source tree, and the file must be in a subdirectory of the current working directory. Automatically remove the relative path must be a suffix of the path in the. So I'm guessing when we run that, we're saying relative path, but it doesn't know to look for that relative path. I see. Does compile command, does bear always output absolute paths to compile commands? I think it does by default. The JSON compilation database definition changed over time. The current version of bear generates entries where file has absolute path. Okay, so in my helper, I need to pass in a absolute path. We ought to be able to run this from the command line. Like, of course this is going to do, it'd be fine, but it's not actually going to change the file. But if I do is there a helper called abspath? Like I could do a pwd slash or whatever, but yeah, let's do that. pwd-p, like so. Okay, still didn't change it, if I understand this. Still not working. I'm pretty sure we're not style compliant right now. Pretty sure. Okay. Clang tidy isn't reformatting CPP files in glop. We'll just have to work on that later. Let's check in on our conversation. Apparently it's called Gitter. Okay, nobody really cares. Great. I'm gonna open a GitHub issue instead. Because I do want these changes to land. Label. I don't want to go to my mouse to click it. What are the labels?
You charge us with your safekeeping, yet despite our best efforts, your countries wage wars, detoxify your earth, and pursue ever more
Hey, look at this.
means of self-destruction. You cannot be trusted with your own survival. with your own survival.
If I remember correctly, building GCC with many jobs, usually no bueno. Like I've had problems with that personally. It's not a bear thing, if I imagine, or if I understand. This is SSL port. Started when? 2022. I think I was seeing this too. A stuck bear. Alright, I need a quick break. I'll let you guys read about this. Well, sorry. That's not true. I'm going to leave a little message saying when I'll be back. I'll be back at about 9:30. But, how do I get multi-line comments? Taking a break. Back around. Alright.
Anyone who repeatedly takes ecstasy is punching the wall between consciousness and unconsciousness in later life. Instead of reaching for the lasers, you could be reaching for prescriptions. Anyone who repeatedly takes ecstasy is punching the wall between consciousness and unconsciousness.
place up. All the whistles, all the horns.
Raise them, raise them.
Let's do it. Come on, y'all. Are you ready to get the fuck down or what? Make some noise for hardcore!
Are you ready?
Oh my gosh, yeah! Time to get you hyper! Time to make you move around, come on! Ready to ride on the vibe in the middle, moving on! DJ strong! Come on, let's fucking have ya!
The bass, yes, the fresh air. Where you at, Arizona? No time to delay, it's time to get down.
The underworld. That is where
Hardcore.
Are you ready?
This is the sounds lyrical, this bad life lyrical. You pop on the beat and you get like cereal. Let's go.
the underworld. That is where I live. Where do you live?
Exact what the sound of the bass we call underground.
Let me ask you something.
Enjoy this trip.
To the bass, yes, the fresh air. Do you like the bass? The hardcore. For the sound. For the underground. And if you're ready, let's get the fuck on down. Let's go.
We were getting sidetracked, I guess, with this stuff, but what I might do is reply to this and be like, hello, I found some tweaks to make to the documentation, namely
Look at all of these people. This is fucking amazing. Has anybody turned around? Look at all that shit. Woo!
it's in usage though, right? Usage. On the wiki page for static statically static linked build tools.
Come on, Whistle Crew!
Is there a good way to
That's the way we like it, yes sir. That's how we ride.
my
Lucky, lucky, yo,
edits?
the rough ride provide. That's how we like it, that's the way we go. Stop that beat, what the motherfucker?
Can you just like suggest edits? Like
Come on, one more time, give it up for DJ Star!
I've tried to open a PR against the wiki's Git repo, but as far as I can tell, GitHub won't let me target a .wiki repo. Won't let me
I don't care if you're sweaty. Fuck it.
create a PR
You guys know what to do. Take your clothes off.
for the
How the fuck you feeling, Arizona?
we can do this. I'm thinking, why not make sorry, I'm not speaking. Made some tweaks to hello, I made some tweaks to the wiki page for that. Is there a good way to share my edits? I've tried to open a PR against the wiki's Git repo, but as far as I can tell, GitHub won't let me create. Won't let me open a PR
That's right, Arizona, let's feel it.
for the
Ready to play. About to get down. Step inside the lyrical to the lyrical, the miracle. We keep on fire, we don't stop, it's critical like miracle. We keep on down, the bass don't stop, the beat won't stop, so check it out. We are the underground.
Like, is it just me, or is there a better way to do this? GitHub, contribute to wiki.
I know you like that sound.
Yeah. Only people with right access to your repository can make changes to wikis, although you can allow everyone on github.com to contribute to a wiki. Only repository collaborators can edit a public repository's wiki by default, but you can allow anyone on github.com to edit your wiki. You don't want to do that. You want a PR.
Beautiful feel. Look at all you beautiful faces. Everybody having a good time or what? That's right. Come on, y'all. We don't stop like this. If you're ready to go, it's techno. Let's
Made some tweaks to documentation. The wiki page for static links. Build tools.
no time to delay, no time to slow down. I need everybody to get crazy, get ready to jump. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Bam.
Here we go. To the base.
So hopefully we hear back.
Everybody here looks so good. It's like the sun is shining indoors. Come on, y'all. How beautiful is this looking?
GitHub is great until it's not. Like, there's some edge cases that keep bugging me. But anyways, let's try and focus here. So I think we deflaked it, right? More or less, and then we're trying to clean this up a little bit. Maybe I won't clean it up so much as see what I was working on here. Input.go line 97. Yeah. Line 191. We need to rename Hans's mouse wheel vertical to mouse wheel up down, but wait. Up is not down, so I can't go for it not to. Yeah. So let's not do the changes to the constant definitions. It is kind of helpful to search for a key code and find it. Now, what used to be mouse wheel vertical is now mouse wheel up. Yeah, let's see how and if wheel stuff is used.
Everybody feel
Back
it in
mouse
the
wheel.
body,
Okay, in the native code,
yeah. It's a lovely
in Jinmouse. So
Come
yeah.
on, let's rock and ride. Hardcore ravers, come alive. 100% hard to the core. Rock your body to the get fucking score.
So here we're just looking for
Are you liking the DJ
the indices that distinguish different types of mouse events.
DJ Star?
We'll just need to update it to support whatever the new defs are. What's happening in GUI scroll? Find an event.
Come on.
Sure.
Arizona hardcore inside of what?
It's usually event comma found or value comma found, but whatever.
Are you in the house right now? Ho, 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 ho. Come on.
Any mouse wheel vertical. So one of the big problems with this stuff is that they're abusing key ID to be not just IDs, but also like filters or like predicates, right?
So beautiful.
Where is find event called?
Let's go like this here. Hands to the sky, oh come on. Who's feeling DJ Star and DJ Six? Give it up for the ADB. Right here. Let's go. Like that music, drop that ball, DJ got the movie, rock it on. Up and up and up, up, to the break it on, to the music, come on. Every race is inside the space.
So Host.go has the most, but they're kind of scattered around, right? Whenever we respond. Okay, here's a question. How many calls to find event happen outside a stack with a respond call? I don't have a good way to just ask that. I want to build something that will let me ask that question. Can I make something that can answer this question
So beautiful, y'all.
well enough?
So pretty. Arizona.
Let's time box looking at what kind of infrastructure exists to build our own tools. I'm gonna set like a timer on my watch. We're gonna spend half an hour on what exists that will make it easy for us to build a tool to kind of ask semantic questions about the syntax of a Golang program. So, Golang. static analysis tools.
Come on, everybody! I don't see enough people dancing. There's still some people in the back. Hey, get down! You people in the front, show 'em how it's done. Arizona, let me see that vibration.
Alright, so it's a weird looking gopher once we are in dark mode, but static check. State of the art linter. Yay. How do you do that? Wow. Not many external dependencies.
Side to side, y'all, side to side. Follow me. Everybody in the place.
Okay.
I can see the clouds and the sun from here. Yeah. Are you feeling good? Are you feeling fine, Arizona? Shout out to the MC Tech, respect. So let it go. We're about to get live. Everybody, jump the fuck up. Bounce, 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 bounce.
Let me take some notes here. So the initial question is like, where is gin.eventgroup.find event called? Or it's really like, is gin event, or how many calls to gin event group find event are in / out of a call stack that has respond.
Where's my sick motherfuckers at? Where's my crazy people at?
How many calls to gin event group find event are made when there's a
And if you feel the sound,
interface for respond, right? Like the widget interface or something?
so beautiful. You have no
Widget
idea how this looks up here, y'all.
respond.
You're all so pretty.
There's like do respond and respond, which we'll just say widget respond.
Arizona.
It's like
You feel that right there?
for each call to gin event group find event
Everybody sing it.
is widget.respond or
Yes, let's go.
what is it? GUI.widget is GUI widget respond or GUI core widget do respond. On the stack already. So that's like, to answer this question, we need to find every call to find event.
Make it noisy for 6 in the mix.
Find the transitive closure of functions that run that line.
Arizona, we love you.
Search those closures
Everybody say thank you, James,
for
beautiful party. Thank you, James.
respond / do respond. This is sad. I'm gonna skip it. Okay, so can we find the places where this function is called, or even referenced? What about passing it around as a reference? Out of scope. Maybe we'll say it's out of scope. Passing it around as a passing the find event. Passing a around as an instance of a func. Right? If somebody says call foo that takes a callback, and the callback is going to be literally just GUI find event, or GN event group find event. That's not what we will worry about checking for. One thing is, we don't need perfect knowledge, exact. We're looking for information, not like provably correct, not a provably correct. We're looking to inform a dev, not make a provably correct report / exhaustive report. Right? It's not like we're going to pipe this into changer, do change, right? It's, I want to print out of, we found it here, there's this many that have respond, there's this many that don't have respond. So we need to be able to find every call to find event. Then we need to find the transitive closure of the functions that run such a line. And then we need to be able to look at those closures. Okay. So for a symbol, where is it referenced or func? We're less worried about which is which, and more just getting the list. Okay, so prints the call graph of a Go program.
Oh shit, Arizona! Bouncy! No time to delay! We're about to get down! We're ready to do it! We're ready to do it or what? If you're ready to get insane, if you're ready to lose your fucking mind, let me hear you say yeah! energy.
Mhm.
That's the way we like it. That's the way we roll. Sticks and star yourself. Take your soul.
Yeah, we're not worried about modules. We're worried about code.
Shout out to the lighting, sound engineer. Shout out to everybody working here. Shout out to all the DJs.
All right, everybody, one time for your MC, ADB, Sounds of the Century. Let's give it up.
Come on! Buzz, flex, flavor, original encore entertainer. Never gonna make you insane. Skip the game, throw the fast lane.
Does it run the code?
Ready to make you go crazy, make you insane. Come on!
Come on, y'all, get them fists up in the air. Pump that
Raise
shit,
the
pump
fist.
that shit, yeah.
Space fire. Get higher, higher.
So this is like Xtools command call graph. Options for increasingly for creating compute for handling more obscure calling cases. Alright, so let's learn about this. Go run that
Danger, strictly for the raver.
How do I reference this as a thinger? Golang org Xtools.
Bass sensation. We rockin' like this in the underground nation. Come on.
Victor. Ah,
Arizona!
where do I want to build this? Do I want to put this in Q or do I want to put it under glob? How much time do we have left? We have 16 minutes. Okay. Let's put it under Q for now. Go mod init github.com caffeine storm Q init git no add origin git at github.com caffeine storm q.git GitHub repo create public Q. Caffeine storm Q. Git fetch.
Keep them up, come on, keep the energy.
Arizona hardcore! Let me hear you say!
I want to see a sea of hands. Everybody,
Q.
clap back.
Ask questions about code.
Let's go.
MIT license? Do I have a copy? Hey, look at that. Move. License. It's 2025 now.
Arizona, do you have what it takes? Can you handle the bass? Can you handle the breaks? DJ Star is in the mix. Come on and let's get fucking sick.
So go run golang.org x tools cmd call raf. Why can't I just run it?
Is everybody feeling nice or what?
Because they didn't know which version to run. Okay.
Come on, all the hands up, everybody in it, come on. United as one, we run this nation. Raise them up. Reach for the sky, reach for the sky. Every hand in the place. Oh!
No stable version. Meh.
Do you feel it? Noise for the bass. Arizona.
Let's just try it.
Are you still with me?
Victor. Examples. Victor.
Let's go.
Code samples. Code samples, go. Code samples, go. Slash hello. Package main. Func main. Func.printf. Hello world. We're done. So then I do run on
Are you having a good time? You look wicked, look fine.
Vector grep or printf.
Fucking handle it! Noise, noise, noise for the DJ! It's a lovely thing, it's such a lovely scene. I love seeing all those faces out there. Y'all, make some noise for yourselves, Arizona. Give it up! Now you can do better than that.
Funk. Boo. string is bar. Printf. Hello, mod s. Bar. Return world. Yeah, you return a string. Pipe through grep for foo.
Arizona, you gotta do it one more time. Make some noise for you, Arizona. For you guys. Come on. Noise. This is all you. This is your time. Without you guys, we are nothing. Respect.
Static 10. 10. So, command line arg. So, name of package dot main has a static call at line 16. That's line 15. And then, you know, if we... Ugh. It gives me the... how many characters... not characters in, but how many... It assumes 4 space tabs, I think. Barf. Anyways, if you assume a 4 space tab, it's at the 5th column.
Arizona the sound, come on, hardcore, Arizona underground, I said hardcore, Arizona the sound, I said come on, Arizona underground.
There's a call to format printf in foo on line 11. There's a static call to bar on foo at line 10. Okay. Oops.
Are you ready? Let's go.
It'd be great to understand what filtering and processing this call graph thing can do. How to format an edge.
Arizona! Phoenix! Let's hear that fucking noise! Alright! Scream! Raise your hands up, come on! Reach for the sky, we're gonna take you high!
It's really do the call graph, filter by
Russia posse, where are you?
GUI, pardon me, gin event group find, and look to see if look to see what the calling function is. That gives you the root of your transitive closure. Compute the transitive closure by finding every function that has, you know, set of closure on the right hand side, and then look for GUI widget respond and GUI. Well, we don't know if it's going to be GUI core widget respond or like
Let's hear it, come on, you can make more noise.
my
Arizona.
weird type dot do respond.
Everybody scream.
We would need to be include the signature, right? We would need to include the types of the parameters. How much time do we got left on this time box? We got 3.5 minutes on the time box.
That's the way we like it. That's the way we vibe.
Okay, so it's like go run, go lang, call graph latest to. Let's try and do it in glop. So dot slash dot dot.
Can we get some noise for the DJs?
We'll need to fix the compile failure. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Give it up for
Uh,
Star, y'all. Come on, do better than that.
Okay. Let's try to fix that. We can fix that by reverting. I don't think we have anything here that's critical.
Alright, let's go. Heart, mind, body to soul. We're gonna
So that'll hopefully dump a bunch of data
H-A-R-D-C to O to R to E. Hardcore power.
onto call graph. Text.
Ready, rush of unity. You know what you mean to me, don't get no rivaling.
So let's grep for
Arizona hardcore, hit the door.
respond or find event.
Hands to the ceiling. Come on, y'all. How the fuck are you feeling? Yeah, you look good. You look fine. Respect. As we directed and vetted the methodology, we're respecting each and every aspect.
You have to do this.
Are you ready for this? Arizona, come on, let's get down.
You're telling me that event group find calls that and nothing else.
Come on, ollie, ollie, ollie. Oi, 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 yeah.
Sure.
Come on, y'all, we rock it. We keep the place going. We keep
I mean, it does.
speakers pumping sound while
That's true.
so come on, y'all.
Uh,
Let's call it. Let's go.
but is there not respond? There's nothing about widget. There's
Can you understand how amazing this is? Arizona, look at all these people. Can you even believe that? Make some fucking noise for Candid and Free.
is it
This is your time. Check that baseline. I want to see you shake your waistline.
like it's doing the whole everything. Well,
Who's got the
okay, so this is not production. This is broken. Doesn't matter what I pass to this thing, it shouldn't panic. Dash algo static run call graph latest
Arizona, everybody show the love.
dash algos static dot slash dot 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 in glop panicked.
The underground. The base. For your face, we got it laced.
Is this trash?
If you got the sensation. Come on, raise your hands up, everybody. Let's hear it. Ah!
Okay, so we found a way to print a call graph, maybe, and we thought it should find things we care about. But it is really not doing it all.
Let's go! Sound attack, sound of ADB! Sounds of six, sounds of stars, sounds of unity! Respect all you guys right here, respect!
I guess it's not, it doesn't have any main function, right? And so glop didn't print all the things. Does there need to be a main? Maybe we can run it with load test code as well. Dash test.
Everybody with me? Let's hear it! Arizona hard to the core! Arizona hard to the core! Yeah, yo! Oh, you don't know! Ha ha!
What are we looking for again?
To the sky!
Event group. Find event.
Whistle crew! Everybody!
So these are all the things that find event calls. Yeah? Who calls find event? So these are the things that call find event. Oh. Okay. So find event called in do respond. Find event called in do respond. Find event called in do respond. Do respond, do respond. It's only in do respond.
For the bass, yes, the fresh ass! Oh, that's right, Arizona! Give it up one more time for Star and Six in the mix! Let's rock it out!
Oops. I'm going over the time box, but I think we can at least we can probably answer this question. So find event and respond. Respond, 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 respond. For better or for worse, they copy pasted friggin' everything they did. So okay, so summon action handle input is one of these like anomalies.
Keep it going!
Game actions.
Unity's in control of your soul!
Handle input.
Just close your eyes and rush with us, come on.
Called in. Game panel respond.
Let's go.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure we're not going all the way around. Looks like respond to me. Do respond? Yeah, okay. Respond. Handle input. So there's a few like handle input functions. And those are probably in a respond or a do respond. We know that the summon was. So we find out period, respond, space, /s, dash, static. We ought to be able to filter that out. There's a register for like the current slash, right? Echo. Register slash paste. Yeah, it's the slash. Register slash paste. Yeah, okay. And so we will grep for. How do I paste the register here? I don't know, but we can just do this. Respond static. So if it's dot respond static, we need this. Similarly, if it's dot do respond, now it's just handle input now, right? Okay. We know this summon action and handle input is fine. Game actions. Interact. Handle input. Only called by this. Game panel respond. These are all instances of action. And it's only ever called from game panel. So I'm going to say that it's true. We only ever call find event from within respond. Okay. That's helpful because we can do things. Add notes, code samples. We don't need a Go mod right now. Run callgraph at latest dash test in glop. Printed. anything referenced by init printed. Yes. Anything referenced by init funcs or called in test star. Cool. Can see example put with okay. Let's add this, save it, and push it. Commit dash m initial commit push origin. Oh, branch origin. Yeah. Push. Cool. We might have to come back to this queue project when we need to. But basically, we've proven that every find event call does happen as a result of a respond or do respond.
You got me losing my fucking mind up here.
I'm just thinking like what kind of data structure would be useful for doing this properly, but we don't need to worry about that right now.
Made a living watching others. I call you unworthy of the body you possess. We will see if you are willing to look inward rather than outward, to give up the one thing you rely on.
Okay, so we run tests in glop, and it's gonna be happy, I think. Hey,
Feel that bass? You feel the bass line?
let's really run them.
Can you feel DJ Star?
Okay,
Can you feel DJ Star?
we don't need the call graph here.
Let me hear you say it.
We're up to date on main. Let's make haunts work. Make update glop. Make it go. So compiles, yay. Mouse wheel down breaks.
And it's time for some noise. Let's go. If you're ready.
Panics.
Raise your hands up, come on. Show us the sign.
We should make that not panic.
Raise them up to the camera.
Question. Did it panic before? Did it panic before we changed all these things?
Wait for it, wait for it. Come on, get on. Like this, please don't drop this far. DJ move, rocking it strong.
Let's run our tests. So UI start test is still red right now. It's still broken.
The sound of the beat and the bass and the breath takes us
Um,
upside down. We keep on rocking to the funky sound of the hardcore underground. Yeah.
And why is it? Line 151. The flag should equal true. This does suck. So we got a new test window, new driver, driver click. We don't need to call this on a render thread.
Arizona, where you at?
Let's stash this. Whip. Oh, I'm feeling really tired right now. More coffee. Okay. So we got our
Alright, taking it down to
in-flight
the
changes
This will
saved.
be the last track from DJ Star 6. Can I hear
I need
some
a new mix. Alright. Cannot. We have other whips. Okay. So, grip, branch, whip, UI, start test stuff. Alright, get reset to, let's say origin main. Right? Check out things, get clean. We're gonna make it go. We're gonna scroll down, because I'm not sure I've ever scrolled down in it before. Maybe it's been broken for forever. Nope. Alright. That's good. Reset hard to whip UI. That get branch dash D whip UI start test clicking get reset to previous commit. The tests don't test because it's still broken. Let's fix this test. If you had asked me before if you could pass in one call to a thing that returns multiple things and that would fill in the arguments, I would have said no. But I guess it does work. I don't know if that's... I don't know what my head thinks of that. I don't know if that should be surprising or not. But we will say logging dot debug xy got button location x is x, y is y. Oh, no. Dot button location. I wonder if I should come up with a helper to run the test under the cursor, under DLV, and break at the line we're on. What is this, an IDE? just make sure to see it. 805.285. Cool. And then test driver click went to 805.285. Then we clicked, and we're done. Oh, in your closure, making your menu think. Okay. That's good. So what did menu.think not see that so we probably called button.think, right? Like, thinking. So we tried to click credits. Which was 805.285. Let me just look at Eight oh five 285. Good. Cool. And we asked each of these buttons to think. Maybe we had a valid thing or not. Okay, so we thought, and then we did not see what is this? We said, hey, start menu. By the way, find your credits button. And when it gets clicked, and you run its callback, actually first run this, and then run the callback. Where does F get called? In handle click if we're inside the rect. Okay. But also in respond? So what are we seeing? We're seeing that when you think, you do something, and when you respond, you do something else, and they're mixing, they're mixed up right now. Block new chatters from posting links. Keep getting spammed. I don't like it. Okay. So the trick is that we said menu think. But we need to say respond. Now, respond is the purview of widgets as well. We need to move this to widget before I lose my mind. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it's we call think, and then everybody gets a little callback that they can do their think for this horizon, and then the root GUI goes and calls respond on its root object. Yeah, okay. That's a lot of green. Am I watching Hollywood right now? What do you mean, Hollywood? Oh, like Hollywood OS? No, this is just a terminal with like the foreground color set to green. Welcome to the channel, MindCoolDev. But yeah, this is Vim over here and Bash over here running in GNU Screen, which is kind of like Tmux, except it's even older than Tmux. And that's running on Windows Subsystem for Linux on top of Windows. Yeah. What are you up to, MindCoolDev? Just kind of poking around? Are you into Golang and stuff, or what's your lingua franca? What's your language you use most often? I'm jumping around a lot because I'm trying to make sense of how these event handling, what the actual sequence of the event handling is, and it's kind of silly that it's not clear, but it's not clear. Yeah, in Hollywood they make the whole screen green during coding scenes. Yeah, in movies. Yeah. He lives out a lot of different languages. Cool. You like Go a lot? Nice. Wanting to spend more time in Rust? Yeah, me too. You're best in. Yeah, I kind of feel like that about JavaScript as well, but I'm certainly not my best in JavaScript. My background is heavily C and C++, a lot of Python, but Golang is kind of my newest daily driver language, I'd call it. Okay, so every loop or every frame, we say UI think. Well, sorry, we say sys.think, and then we say UI.think, UI.draw, do we not? Root think. Oh. Yeah, okay, sys.think. It's just OS think, get input events, input think. Input think, I need to write this. Then, actually, do we have it in? Heavy to do. Okay, so it's each frame we systhink. Let's name doggo. So we call systhink, and then we call UI.think, and then we call UI.draw. I mean, we queue it technically, but then we purge, so it'll happen. And then we do a bunch of random stuff that I don't care about. Now, sys.think is really OS think, OS get input events. We'll get there. Do you use Vim at all, MonCoolDev, or are you like a VS Code person or Notepad++? What's your favorite editor? Not to judge or anything, and feel free to not answer, but just kind of wondering what your background is. Sys.events. Say we do an input think. Now, os.think is just C glopthink. pull the event queue, like drain the event queue in X. Yeah. You like NeoVim a lot? Nice, nice. But Windows file system is too much of a pain to use. Agreed. Can't switch to Linux at the moment due to your university requiring you to download Windows specific software. Yeah. Have you looked at Windows subsystem for Linux? Because right now I'm on Windows. But I don't have to develop on Windows. I can just use a real OS. But yeah, it's been pretty pain-free and surprisingly pleasant to use Windows subsystem for Linux. It's basically like a built-in VM that you can use. It's kind of out of the box, really. Where was I? Yeah, okay. So os.think is really just like drain the event queue. Yeah. Drain this event queue. Then os.get input events is input event buffer swap. And then input.think. Well, maybe we should make sure that this is true. Linux.go get input events. Yeah. We say native code get glop input events. Or sorry, pardon me. Glop get input events. And yeah, we malloc and free all the time, but whatever. But I don't think it does anything else. Yeah. And then input.think says for each event press a key, which is really just update your internal state for other people to query later on. You don't like WSL because it has some weird and buggy behavior. Oh, you ran into bugs? That's too bad. I think I've hit a few things. Like, I used to have a test that could blue screen Windows from inside of Windows subsystem for Linux, which was kind of funny. We don't run that test anymore. So yeah, there are gotchas and weird edge cases. Certainly, whenever you end up trying to do kind of Linux desktop things, like interacting with dbus was a pain for me. What else is weird? Like when I try to use xdo tool to move the mouse, it moves it on the X server, but that has nothing to do with where the cursor is in Windows, right? So if it's all within XVFB, you're fine, but yeah, there is kind of those weird edge cases, but like for the majority of what I'm actually trying to do, it's so much nicer than having to do it on Windows directly. Okay. So input think is really for each event, handle most events. span out the events to the mouse handler, to the key states, and input listeners. So this is where the GUI.handle event group gets called. Let's do this. So input.think is for each input event. For each event. You tried OpenGL once. You followed the tutorial and got a triangle drawn in less than 8 hours. Congratulations! That's good. You didn't understand anything though, except one line that creates the window. Yeah. Was that OpenGL on Windows Subsystem for Linux or somewhere else? One thing that surprised me was that like talking to an X server pretty much works in Windows Subsystem for Linux, even though it's running Wayland, right? It's got like that X Wayland kind of shim. Just on Windows 11 is where you did the OpenGL thing. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder how much of that was futzing with your environment, like, you know, making sure you have a version of OpenGL that your driver can handle, and making sure that the dynamic linker can find it when you go to run your program, versus like, oh, I've got to do, you know, GL create buffer and GL dot vertex and GL begin, GL end, or GL shaders, or how much of the hassle was, like, in your opinion, GL things, and how much of the hassle was, in your opinion, environment things? I imagine most of it was environment things, which is just hopefully not a recurring cost, but yeah, definitely a pain in the butt. For each event, notify mouse listeners as needed, update key state stuffs, notify input listeners, and then for each key. Well, hold on. If I do input press key, this doesn't press the key. I've already stared at this quite a bit. Oh, you just didn't understand shaders? Yeah, it's a... They're kind of hard to approach. Probably the thing that helped me the best to understand it would have been some tutorials that I've seen. Certainly this one and this one. You know, learnopengl.com. I'm in dark mode, so the site looks not as great sometimes, but long story short, like, there's a few things in here that really give you that high level understanding when you find them. I'm not sure it was from this. Transitions. Do they show you the rendering pipeline? No. Does he? And does Lazy Foo do that? You just had to give it a few more tries until it clicks. Yeah. But there's a place where there was like a really nice graph, really nice picture. That helped me really grok it quickly. And I can kind of refer back to that to get my bearings. I mean, I guess it's really like OpenGL rendering pipeline. Maybe it was on the wiki. Yeah. Okay, open this in not dark mode because my... It's hard to see right now. But basically, OpenGL assumes this idea of the pipeline, right? And the pipeline is just a series of steps, and some of them you have control over, and some of them you don't. Your vertex shader and your fragment shader, and not that I've used it, but I guess your geometry shader, are pieces of the pipeline that you can control the code. Like, your code gets uploaded and run during those stages. And so, to understand what a fragment shader is, it really helps to know that, oh, it's whatever you need to do to go from rasterization to go to pre-sample operations. Okay, now you need to understand what rasterization is and what per-sample operations are, but long story short, it's knowing what its job is can help you understand what you have access to, like what your inputs are and what your outputs are. So your fragment shader gets, your uniforms, gets your blah blah blahs, but its whole job is like, there's a pixel on the screen. What color should it be? Your vertex shader is, I've uploaded some like abstract geometry, some points in my world. Make them points in the flip space, the view space. Now I'm remembering where I actually saw the thing I want to see. I want to show you. It was in this stuff. Shaders. No, it was in coordinate systems. Yeah, okay. Also, it's hard to see this in dark mode. But this is kind of a higher level description of the rendering pipeline, but like the coordinate systems, this picture here, really helped me grok like at what point are these things happening and what is the job of each step in the process. And that made it a lot more clear to me, like, why would I want a fragment shader or a vertex shader, and what is its job? But yeah, hopefully that's helpful if you ever want to get back into it. But got a lot of open tabs here. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Long story short, yeah. I want to get back to this because the order of these things has been unclear and a point of contention for a while now. So then, for each key, update key state stuff. that's not actually what is happening in informed depths. We're just looking for related keys and building up events that those keys tell us to build up. Oh, it's all about set press amount and kind of the flurry of events that generates. Okay, it's call key dot set press amount. Input dot press key and its baggage. So it's really about calling key.setPressAmount, finding related keys, and optionally generate events. Generate. What is it? A gin input event? Yeah. Optionally generate gin.event. Like consequences. Input.press right? And then now we notify the input listeners with kind of those consequent events because they're in the event group. Yeah. Notify input listeners about all the consequence events. When we say set press amount, keybase. Yes. What I want to see is the key state. There's a type called key state, and that's like the basic kind of key in this thing. When you get told to set press amount, you inform your aggregator about it, sure. Sorry, I need a quick break, but I'll be right back. And yeah, go ahead and take a look at this code and be unhappy, because this code makes me unhappy. back from the darkness. But yeah, okay, so set press amount. Always returns an event. Sets the type. And we always tell the aggregator to set the press amount. Standard aggregator dot this frame dot sum of pressing plus equals this frame's press amount times why are you scaling it by Okay, maybe we don't want to learn. Thank you for the welcome back. Let's not learn about the aggregator stuff. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Very select set of keys should always send events when their press amount is non-zero. Ooh. I said I wouldn't get into it. Let's not get into it. Okay, so key.set press amount, which is basically generate some event for that key. Calls key.set press amount. Yeah. Okay, then once we've got kind of our consequences, notify listeners about all the consequence events. Listener.handle event group. GUI.GUI is a listener. This is important. More exclamation. And then, for each key, Yes, all the exclamations. For each key, key.think. Maybe generate a consequence. Gin event. We input press key again? If we generated an event. What in the heck? Key.think to bool float need to press input.press key again. No cause. New event group. Notify input listeners about all non-empty groups. GUI is a listener. And then for each listener, listener.think. Input.think does too much. I can see input press keying and generating a bag of consequences. I hate this. Why use the key interface to encapsulate things that need to fire each frame? Why not use a different interface? Why overload it? Wait. GUI.GUI is a listener. Then we call UI.think. That'll call it again. You've never written pseudocode before? It's helpful. Just kind of at a high level. Just what is it that it's doing without all the gobbledygook, without all the edge cases, without all the, deferring cleanup routines. It gives you an idea of like who's responsible for what and in what order it should happen. And this is just like pseudocode to capture what code we have. Pseudocode is I find very helpful for kind of designing the algorithm that you haven't written yet. Is this true? I don't think. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So here we think with a timestamp. As we do here. We just had a think at the end of input dot think. And then UI draw on the render thread. Ugh. Yeah, so let's just draw. Draw all the children. GUI widgets get to draw. Okay. So this is a bug. What other listeners are there? Thankfully, nobody reaches in and just changes it. But so we get some testing listeners. Sure, great, grand, wonderful. And then whenever we make a GUI, we register it as an event listener. Okay, so we've now documented this. Let's put it in a docs file instead of in our to-do file. Edit. Make dir. Docs. What is this? This is like kind of main loop, event handling, input handling. It's not entirely clear from a cursory reading exactly what the expected desired control flow is with respect to the stages of each frame. Producing each frame. Here's a summary slash. Here's a high level description of what we expect. Okay. Each frame. Systhink. UI think. UI draw. Yeah, that's good enough for now. We should name them, shouldn't we? That would help us. Docs main loop. So there's a sys.think, which is call our native code and handle the events. What does a UI think do? It's like I think it fans it out across its children widgets. Yeah. What is it called? Do think? What is the difference between think and do think? I have worked on Chrome and Chromium. Yeah.
The name's Bond. James Bond. The name's Bond. James Bond.
Was mostly working on basically APIs for doing performance monitoring and logging. You can imagine, like, if you're a site out in the wild, you want to know if your users are getting decent performance. Like, are they just seeing spinners all the time, or are they actually getting to use your site? So there's APIs that were developed to do that. Standardized open APIs, and then Chrome has to implement those as part of the web platform. And then also performance monitoring and things to inform Chrome developers as to how the browser's performing. So it's like, the idea was we want the user experience to be good. So a user experience where you actually have decent performance is good. We want that. How do you do that? You use telemetry to understand what's slow. And Lighthouse was like, I would call it like a cousin or a sibling team to what we were doing. There's lots of different teams, and a lot of them have this idea of focus on performance. But I think our niche was about both informing Chrome developers how to speed up Chrome, and informing website developers how to speed up their website. And you can imagine, like, if Chrome developers, like the people writing Chromium, don't put in the effort, website developers have no chance. And if website developers have no chance, like Chrome people being measured against how good is your code, have no, their stuff isn't going to be good if people don't call it right, kind of thing. So it's kind of like a feedback loop. And our team was kind of working on how do we make sure these people are looking at the same metrics, the same things, like the things that these people care about are the things that these people care about, and vice versa. Because otherwise, performance falls over. Does that make sense? Kind of the user-facing thing that my team did. Sorry, the team that I was a part of. I didn't run the team. Was Core Web Vitals. That's probably a good intro to it. But it's basically like high-level APIs that you can use in your browser, to get a feel for how good your experience is with respect to performance. Yeah. Enough sense? That's the right amount of sense. Yeah. So yeah, a UI.think tells things to think, but then it also tells things to do think. Some things are non-thinkers. I'm somewhat familiar with the text edit line thing. I'm also familiar with the text line thing. So, okay. Text lines don't need to do anything in DoThink. But why wouldn't you pass... Okay, so a text edit line is... you're a non-thinker? I doubt it, but yeah. So a text edit line is all about having basically like an HTML input element. There's some text in it, and you can change that text. So if we are focused and the cursor.start is 0, okay, turn the cursor on and take note of when we turned it on. If we're not focused, the cursor is off. And so there is no longer a timestamp at which it was last turned on. Well, there is, it's just we don't have it anymore. And then, if we're on, blink. I see a train wreck that I don't want to look at. Mod 2 equals 0. Turn us on and off again. Blink. If the cursor moved or the text changed, then deal with it. Where are you used? In text edit line. Why are you stored on the text line and not on the text edit line? swear, this is... And they're using embedding like a mother. Text edit line has a text line so that we can be a text line, kind of. Oh. When we set text, when you text edit line set text, that's when you embedded text line set text. And the old... Wait, what? When do we write to next text? We don't. Next text is going to be the empty string. Run, think, invoke, think, trigger, think, schedule, think, begin, think. Yeah, and like... do, think. Do, execute, think. Do, perform, think. Perform, do, think. Like... I get it. It made sense in their head, but my god, it doesn't make sense in my head. So like... Where is next text used? Used in two places. We define it, and we compare it to text. This can be written to be w.text not equal to empty string. This is what we call broken. Like I'll go here too and look for it, but it's not there. I hope. Yeah, okay. So it's okay. This is what development is. This is finding how things are and why they shouldn't be, or why they aren't and how they should be. But yeah, it's kind of frustrating when you don't know what is what is what. Text line, the next text is never used. What is needed for detecting change in text in GUI text edit line? So let's go and yeah, my fingers are rebelling. 4. This isn't used. This isn't written to. It'll always be the empty string. So text edit line is broken and can't see when the text changes. Alright, let's add that. we don't need any of this in this change. Apart from the next bug stuff. Okay, yeah. Interactive. Do you use Git a lot, MindCoolDev? Text line dot next text is bulked. Okay, and then we were trying to come up with a good name. We got sidetracked by, oh yeah, what does a UI think do? Heresy. It does heresy. It punches babies in the face. It melts my brain. It makes me laugh so that I don't actually cry. And then it calls do think. Use Git sometimes. Haven't really had any big projects yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, projects big or small, Git is lovely for making sure you don't lose your work, as long as you incorporate it in your workflow, but also for sharing changes. It's also like a pretty deep topic. There's always more to learn about it, for better or for worse. Kind of like with Vim, right? What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was documenting. I was trying to think about what think is, and why a do think is different. Feel like everyone uses Git? Yep. Not everyone. And that's okay. There's some people who are like into mercurial, or like I used to use Subversion, 10 plus years ago, but I like Git. It's what my fingers know right now, and it's how I got my environment configured, so that's what I'll use. The difference between do think and think is that the whole tree gets a think. Maybe. Where's our root widget? See Mercurial with monorepos mostly? I see it when people are contrarians and don't want to use Git. A lot of people would have picked up Mercurial before Git, and so that's what their fingers know, and so they stick with it. But yeah, Git is becoming the de facto decentralized version control system, better for worse. So a non-thinker is really a non-do thinker. Yeah. It doesn't help. What have we changed? comments. Okay. Thank you, Tooling. You're not a non-thinker, you're a non-do thinker. Okay, test pass, we get to commit. You're not a non-thinker, you're a non-do thinker. Etc. Rename for... I'm not going to say for clarity or for readability, but for better readability. Sure, we'll make font. Oh, I'm like, why is my diff not printing anything? It's because it ignores white space by default. So, when I added this comment, the GoFumped unindented or dedented this because it used to want to line up here, but now it doesn't care. You think Stack Overflow removed version control from their surveys because it wasn't interesting seeing Git at more than 90% every year? Yeah. Trying to remember when I was at Google, like on Chrome, you use Git because it's an external, well, not an external, but a public project, right? And so other people have to be able to make commits and push. I'm trying to remember if it was Git for internal things as well. I don't think it was. I think it was something they hand-rolled. I didn't do too much internal stuff, but yeah. I seem to remember there was like a way to get it to behave like Mercurial, but that Git was not first party or kind of default or anything. Long time ago. Anyways, so yes, we will add GUI text line. Actually, we will look at the logs, the git log. Yeah, text. Next text is bork. Reset git add GUI text line, and then no edit. This change should have been in the last commit, anyways. Google's used both Mercurial and Git. Not sure about what else. Yeah. And I'm sure it's changed by now too. Not that it's private or anything, but like their kind of internal repo is what they call Google 3, because they're already on their third iteration of like burning it all down and restarting it. But it's like very high scale, lots of changes, develop at head kind of mentality. Right, so now if I do a git diff GUI, this is the non-thinker change. Rename interface for better readability. I don't know if it's an interface or not. Just rename. Ah. Okay, so like okay, that helps. non-draw focused. The foo er is the kind of a Golangism. It makes for scuffed names sometimes, but once you recognize it in your brain, it makes a lot of sense. Basically, the only thing a non-draw focused can do is a draw focused, right? And then the non part is that it's not doing anything. The non part is new. I don't think it's widely used, but the er is like usually how you name your interface. Your like one member interface. You'd have like a type fooer is an interface, and fooers can foo. That's a common pattern. But yeah, I'm sad about how these names were done. Let's just patch that commit. Okay. We were worried about think versus do think. What is the difference between think and do think for widgets? Alright, I'm gonna need some coffee. Be right back.
Living in a killer state, maybe that's a good excuse. See me taking shots at the bar like I'm bulletproof.
I think part of the problem with this code is that they're using Golang interfaces as if they were like Java interfaces or C++ interfaces, in that they want to have a bag of things, and each of these things in the bag has to have the same type because it's in a slice, let's say. But they're not embracing the kind of interfaces are really for after the fact kind of declaration of capability, not upfront design of these are how the building blocks fit together. And you see that in they're embedding these things. So a checkbox doesn't know anything about drawing focused, doesn't know about doing respond, doesn't know about do think. Okay. Why should you have to say that? Why should you have to, like, stub out these things? It's so that checkbox can conform to a different interface. So really, you have to restart your computer. To complete Wireshark setup. Okay. Alright. I'll be here. But yeah, I don't like how they're using these interfaces. It's so nice that computers no longer take 5 or 10 minutes to boot. Yeah. Yeah. Or that, like, I don't know how old you are, but back in my day, if you wanted to plug in a new mouse, you had to restart your computer. What a strange and terrible concept. That's what your dad told you? Yeah. You kids these days, you don't know how good you have it. That was certainly before my professional software stuff, but when I was a kid. At least you didn't have like the of like plugging things in and plugging things out, or unplugging things. I don't think this is the same thing. No pun intended.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts.
Sorry, what? Sorry, what? At the end of sprite.think, we call sprite.think. I mean, maybe there's a joke in there about, like, think twice, cut once, at... What the heck? Like, I'm not crazy, right? It's in the same function. That's 100 lines. S.Togo. Togo? Oh, sounded more like Skype than a USB connecting, disconnecting. Yeah. I'll have to practice off screen. But this is so scuffed. Who calls this? Other than itself. Sprite test. Nobody calls it. I just spilt granola everywhere. All the references are here. We declare it. We recurse. We call it in testing. Tests don't infinitely recurse. I don't want to understand this right thing. like there are early returns. So I think this is the thing. So if there's more to do before the end of the frame, what? Let's not look at that anymore. Let's not worry about sprites. Do you have a do think? No. Channeling the consultants from Office Space. So what is it you say you do here? So anything that has a do think, you can wrap it in a basic widget so that it can think. You're a widget if you can think, if you are a zone, and you can respond and draw focused and string. Okay, first of all, a core widget can do widget. Maybe this is a do widget. It's a widget. It's like a widget, but it's you do instead of just ing. Now, an embedded widget can think and respond. But this is a widget without a zone that can't draw. Huh? And it's used everywhere! What? A scroll frame has a embedded value of type embedded widget. How many? Just for fun. How many times do you think we see something.embedded widget is equal to basic widget of core widget of the same damn thing? When I first saw this, it was in the GUI, and I thought, that is so terrible and awful and ugly, I'd hate that. I hope that's not anywhere else. Breathe. Breathe. Well, let's use the power of highlight and search to help us. Dot embed widget is equal to ampersand basic widget, open parenthesis, open curly bracket, core widget, ampersand whatever we just captured. Then we don't do that. And then we yes, do that.
Volume 2.
I hate my life. I don't hate my life. I hate that this is a thing. To me, an embedded widget is something that is owned by you, not a weird ass reference to self.
Hope you guys enjoyed the mix. Be sure to visit www.facebook.com/redmoondj, which is REDMOON letters D and J, and facebook.com/DJViperstar, VIPERSTAR.
You know what's really awful? We might not even need to. Because the scroll frame is going to have to define it. Maybe. What breaks? You can think and you can respond if you implement embedded widget. Non-do thinker. Non-John focuser.
Step one, you say we need to talk. He walks, you say sit down, it's just a talk. He smiles politely back at you. You stare politely right on through some sort of window to your right. As he goes left and you stay right between the lines of fear and blame. You begin to wonder why you came. Where did I go wrong? I lost a friend somewhere along in the bitterness, and I would have stayed up.
Whatever your scroll is, needs to be able to think, needs to be able to draw, needs to be able to do the rendered region, needs to be able to respond. Why is this a pointer to scroll frame? Why is this not a widget? Widgets know how to think and respond and draw. They even know how to get the requested rendered, or the rendered region. If you want to make sure that scroll frame implements widget, this is what you do. Not just scroll frame, but pointer to scroll frame implements widget. You say, hey nil, let me make a pointer to scroll frame out of you, and then assign it to some variable that we won't bother naming of type widget. Now, that won't compile because pointer to scroll frame doesn't implement widget. Can't use a pointer to scroll frame as a widget value in variable declaration. Doesn't implement widget because it's missing draw focused. Now, non-draw focuster. This is a stub draw focuster. Because it can draw focused. It's just not going to do anything when it does. Similarly, this is a stub do thinker. Or a thinker. This is a stub do responder. Okay, scroll frame should be a widget. That's what this says. It can't be right now because every widget needs to be able to respond. We can do respond. When a basic widget responds, it relies on the core widgetableness of the embedded core widget to do respond. Oh boy. Wrapper doesn't implement widget.
The way you are away, how far
Lies. I mean, unless they're talking about like widget A uses a wrapper over widget B. What? Oh, I didn't close my list item here. Um, for each widget in tree of widgets, think, do think. This is for each widget in tree. Respond, do respond. My working assumption is that think and do think are doing the same, are responsible for the same stuff. It's just that sometimes they needed to appease the type system, so they needed a do think or a do respond. Respond / do respond. Yep. That is this bug fixed. As fixed as it's gonna get. So non-focuser means stub draw focuser, stub do responder, stub do thinker. Oh, we want to revert that change. You can be a scroll frame pointer because we're gonna need to, and we're gonna keep this. We're gonna keep this. Keep that. we're gonna revert that slash make it not embed. We will maintain that, and we won't get rid of that. Is this? Oh, so did we do anything other than, just like clean up, renaming things? A little bit of white space and such, but that's fine. Little type assertion there. We'll leave the type assertion in. Actually, we won't. If we want it, we can add it back, and it doesn't really belong in this commit. And then no edit. Alright, so git add docs main loop and to do commit -m docs. Describe the cluster. That is, describe the high level flow of a typical main loop. Because we are just in glop here, which is a library for haunts. We're not in haunts. So, what is this? It's implementing parallel interfacers to get what they want out of the type system. Okay, mouse wheel down does panic. There's like a blocked list here. Pinged issue 605 in stream repo for get contrib landed. I'm just looking at my stream preview to see if the old project equals blocked snippet will get hidden at some point. please. Update. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Elsewhere down does panic, doesn't it? Let's update Glop and Haunts. It still compiles, even though we did all those name changes.
We met, we were like soulmates. Seemed like we were meant to be. Ways as one in
Now, we probably have a better understanding of the different phases, and hence whether we think we should expect this flag or not.
Did you fall in love? Did you follow your heart? Did you think this through?
Patching the button means to update F.
Why did your feelings change? What did you think of those days? I wish I knew.
It's really in the start menu, game UI start.go, that we would expect to see credits dot. Oh, yeah. Logging dot trace. Send layout. Menu F. Fault. We don't need to do this anymore because we actually used an input thinger. More correctly? Question mark? Yeah, I think my best understanding is that the difference between think and do think is they're different to allow them to abuse / appease the type system. Their purpose is really to be called in the same phase and handle anything that widget needs to do every frame. So, for example, our text edit line, right? We love Go. We do. That text edit line needs to listen for like keyboard events, right? So the way to listen for keyboard events is to implement respond and do respond. And you'll get keyboard events that you care about. But it also needs to periodically flash the cursor, whether you're getting input or not. So it needs to be told to think. I do appreciate that they've separated the concept of every frame update you gotta think from whenever you get input you respond. Would have been nice to write that down somewhere, but and then the think versus do think and the respond versus do respond is more just about they didn't use the type system right, and then they had to paper over their mistakes. Like, it's really just that. So is this true? It'll have to think before it tells other buttons to think. But it needs to think with a non-zero horizon before it will try to propagate thinks to its children. Still crying tears. Many tears. But it knows how to respond to events. We need the GUI to tell its tree of widgets to respond. That happens when it's asked to handle an event group. That happens when the input object is told to think. Now to tell input to think, we need a handle to the input object. Which will be buried in sys. I think we need to just say sys.think, because I believe that will tell the things to think. Maybe. Pray. Okay, so when we called sys.think, what happened? We were like, hey, this system object, think. And so it would have called sys input think. And sys input think will have done this. So it should have handle event grouped. What we're going to do is use the debugger. Yep. But I'm going to take a quick break. We're back. Okay, so make SDLV. We also say package is game. So we're gonna break on UI start test line 146. We're gonna run the tests and we're gonna step in. What were the events? None. Excuse me? We already processed them. Okay. So why didn't this work? Step in. This is a artifact of a terrible thing in Glop that I need to track as a bug. You guys like Glop. GT. Okay, this is just wrong. Number 25. We're overflowing the long when multiplying right here. We're overflowing the long when multiplying. We should not do that. We should change this entire function. The observed behavior is that current time will be negative. It kind of depends, actually. Next month it might be positive again. Currently, this is resulting in current time being negative. Okay. That's a thing. Well, you know, it's like, so what? We have a sys.start on S that's also negative. And so when we bump the timestamps, look, they're not negative anymore. That's fine. So I think we want to step into this. Yeah. Make a new event group. And then do nothing. What? No. Okay. It's pull OS event timestamp and then finish creating the event group object. What is this? Event with type mouse. So OS event dot key ID dot device type mouse. So we expect this to be true. Alright. Let me say input.mouse.handle. There's no mouse listeners. Why are there no mouse listeners? There should have been a mouse listener. We didn't add a mouse listener. Really? Okay. If we don't add a mouse listener, it's not that we care that the purpose of this test is not to add a mouse listener and see that that mouse listener gets invoked. It's to assert that the button got invoked. That the button got triggered. So, you know, there's nothing to notify, so don't worry about it. We get the key by ID for device type mouse, device index 0, which should be the entity mouse. Oh, hey, welcome, Wellerston. Thanks for the follow. We're stepping through event handling code in this very disorganized and sad-making code. Maybe you're enjoying my sadness, but at least I don't have to do this alone. So I wanted to look at thing 25, yeah. Our timestamp code is scuffed. Sorry, I just want to make that note and then continue with what we were doing. Timestamps are sad making. Take note. Okay. So I wanted to look at the key ID for mouse stuff. This is the key ID for device type mouse index 0. Device index any is a -1. Device index name does not exist. Goodbye. Um, device index 0. I bet that is a result of stub device index. Okay, so when we get key by ID, we can species an invalid. Okay, maybe we have the key already. Maybe we don't. If we don't, we look for just like the keys index, not the device index. A key ID is a triple. It is a device type, a device index, and a index. All of those are just ints. So when we say .index, it doesn't know for what device type or instance this index is for. It's not key ID. It is mapped from key index. This map should only be keyed by indices generated for derived keys. Otherwise, we have to include info to distinguish devices too, wouldn't we? This is not a comma. This allows us to construct keys for devices as the events happen, rather than needing to know what the devices are during initialization. Don't know if you can tell, but my brain is melting. What's a derived key family? It has a name, has an index, has some binding families, and a pointer to input. What's a binding family? It has a primary index. Would that be this? I don't know. Has a slice of modifiers. Slice of bools. Like a binding. Okay. BF modifiers don't have an is down, they're just an int. They mean the key associated with this key index. but there could be multiple because you're not specifying the device. Binding family does not specify a device. What are you talking about? If all keys identified by elements of the modifiers is okay. What's a binding? Yes, key IDs don't have none is down. We're really talking about the key instance identified by the key ID. Okay. We can make the API prevent people from making this mistake by not passing two distinct slices, but by passing a slice of a structured type that has a key ID and a bool, but we won't go there right now. It's just destruct with what we passed in. Where are you used? Make a new key index for a new derived key. This might be better called bind new derived key. Please no. I want this to go away. Where? Load keybinds.json into map of string, and then call make keymap. Now, yeah. I think I remember this a little bit, in that there's a keybinds.json file, and we read it on startup to be like, this is what keys exist, or like key bindings exist, like Control S should save, right? They call it OS because they want to. On Mac, it's probably Alt. On Windows and Linux, it's Control. It's like the OS modifier. I think GUI is their name for Meta, or like, you know, the Windows key. And then this is always Alt. Yeah. Also, GUI up, GUI down. That's window manager bound. This maximizes a window, just minimizes a window. Right? The plus means add modifiers to a primary, and the comma means and of this expression and that expression. So yeah. So split on comma. That's the different like keys that are germane to the problem. And then for each key ish, the parts of that are get keys from string. Split on plus. Look for Control, Shift, Alt, GUI, blah 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 blah. Look for all the names of keys. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So that now we have that. So maybe it's just W or F. So get key ID for that, bind it, add it to binds, which is a slice of Jin.key. Otherwise, the primary and the modifiers make a bunch of trues. All these modifiers need to be down. And then we say bind to derived key. So once we did that, if we've got only one bind, set it to that in the key map. Otherwise, make a binding and bind a derived key to that chunk of bindings. So we'll have multiple binds if we use comma. So for example, right mouse space to drag. We'll say, okay, for the right mouse, add a binding, make a binding for the right mouse key ID. Yeah, and nil nil. You just don't get. You just don't get modifiers for these things. Doesn't passing nil nil the end mean we don't support modifiers for compound derived keys? That is exactly what that means. Bind derived key. It's create and associate new derived key. Create and associate. Associate and create derived key. Derived key. I don't want to call it bind. Do not call it bind. But it's saying key name. It's a key name, not a key. Can't we look in Jin Binding for modifiers? Yeah. Okay, so for bind and range binds. Losing my mind. And it's saying for every multi-bind, for every compound binding, call it name. We're not going to pass in that anymore. We're going to pass in key name. What the heck? This is not test-driven development. This is head-scratching, complaining, whinging. Whinging? Whinging. Let's rebuild. Restart. Index 300, index 301, index 304, and 304. 300, 301, 304, 304. This is the two events for motion. To move the mouse onto the window, and then this is key press, this is key down. That's my bet, right? So press amount on the X is 805, press amount on the Y is 285. Press amount on the left button was 1, and then press amount on the left button was 0. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's step into this. This is a device type mouse. We don't bother stepping into this because if we print input dot mouse, we don't have any listeners. We don't have any listeners. That's fine. The click. Okay, I'm not going to step into get key by ID. I'll step in. I'll step into press key just so I can print the key that we got already. It's a pointer to key state. Index 300, it's the x-axis. Okay. I think that in GDB there's at least like a finish or a step out. Does this have that? Or like a return? Step out. So we got 6 GN events. It would be awesome if Windows didn't spam telemetry so I wouldn't have to spend hours of my day filtering out the spam packets. Yeah, but then they wouldn't know what you were up to. I mean, yeah, no, it sucks. I remember you were talking about how you had to restart because you were installing Wireshark. Are you working on something you can share? Like a project about verifying your understanding, or you're like making sure you're not getting owned, or are you doing something sneaky and you don't want to share? Maybe not sneaky, but you still want to share. But yeah, what are you up to? And just so you're aware, like I do upload these as VODs to YouTube, so if you're doing something you don't want the internet to know about forever, don't feel obligated to share. Okay. So when we dot key it's an any key. You're just trying to log Clash of Clans packets to use for whatever. Ah. Okay. So what happened was, we did a get key by ID, and whatever this is, I don't know, I don't care. Didn't happen. This happened. We looked at ID index. What? Oh my god. Maybe the question we should ask is, what should we have gotten? Uh, sorry, I have to rebuild and rerun. Does the recipe for test DLV use the pinned version of Glop or the one on disk? It uses the pinned version. Is that what we want? How's your wire striking coming along? Are you getting what you want, or? You said you're getting telemetry spam. I would have thought Wireshark would have a way to listen just for packets originating from certain processes, but maybe I don't understand. Or are you like listening in promiscuous mode and your phone is on the same network, so you're trying to sniff them. Are the packets originating on your PC, or are they originating on a different device? Emulator on PC? Yeah. Okay. So presumably that's some set of processes, and so maybe Wireshark will let you listen to just those processes, but I've not used Wireshark in a long time, and even when I did, it was hard. But how's it going for you? Are you getting what you want? I guess here we can make two recipes, one that uses the pinned version of glop and one that uses the on-disk version. Let's call this DLV test. Then we can use DLV dev test. Alright. Tags no sound. The single package. But use a different Go mod file. Try that. What could go wrong? I mean, that could go wrong. Packages / game. This is what we want. Okay. Make dev test. Does not build. Documentation changes, docs. Error message, docs, okay. Add everything, commit, docs, more common, more better. We're going to need to use that version eventually anyways, or one derived from it. You got it? Nice! I'm going to have to live vicariously through your wins because this is killing me right now. Hope you don't mind. Okay, yeah, non-focuser, yeah, all this junk. Okay, so non-focuser. I'm trying to think if my semantic completer will do the rewrite for me. I don't think it will, but sed is here. So sed, switch non-focuser for stub stub do focused. Here. What do we call it? Stub draw focuster. Right? Yeah. In my semantic completer uses the pinned version, and so non-focuser goes to draw focused. So non-focuser becomes stub do focused or draw focused. Stub draw focused. Echo. Oops. Register star. There is no register star. Register equals. No. Ugh. My brain is gone. Stub draw focused. Man. There. Cat through. Pipe through sed. I'm just trying to test my sed expression before I run it over the entire code base. Is that so wrong? Non-focuser becomes stub draw focused or globally. Yeah. It's an expression. And this is an expression. Switch non-responder to stub responder. Yeah. And also edit switch non-thinker to stub do thinker. And it's stub do responder. Thank you. Alright, and then I'm just gonna do all those edits in place. Xargs find dot dash name star.go, pipe through it, go. Go. Huh. You can just filter for port? Yeah. I mean, if it's like a well-known port, like if it's just like 443, you might be SOL, but... I have made more changes than I wish to have made. Alright, wait. This was the only place that actually did it. It's 993.39. Apparently hasn't changed since the game released. Yeah. How many times have we, like, parameterized what port we want to bind to, and then never passed anything but the same port over and over and over again? Ugh. Anyways, let's see if the tests, if it builds, we're happier. Hey, we're happier. Package is home. VLV test. Test or dev test doesn't matter. They're equivalent right now because it's the same thing. Why did I think home? Print OS event. Right? Mr. OS event, your key ID, please. 20300. Awesome. So now, if we're pretending to be an input object, let's just step into get key event. Get key by ID. Right? That's kind of what I'm curious about right now. Yada yada yada. Step in. Not okay. Cool. Device index any. Yeah, we were device 0, not -1. And we were type mouse, not any type. And we were index 300, not any key. whatever. What? Like, we don't have the given ID in keymap. Okay. And we're saying we need an aggregator type. Sure. This dang thing is dumb. Sure. And the traffic is encrypted. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so technically, you should be able to listen for the initial handshake, and that will look if it's if the connection is SSL or HTTPS on HTTP over SSL, then you should be able to intercept the handshake packets, right? So you should be able to watch that connection get established, and that's where they will negotiate the key for the connection. And then once you have that key, you can use that to decrypt the packets that are going out. Does that make sense? It might be a pain in the butt. But basically what you're looking at is like these packets, right? So as time is going, you captured, yeah, I've never done it before, that's kind of why I started the project. Yeah. So like, this is an encrypted packet, right? Which is really just saying that there's some, what's a good way to draw that? There's some key that will unlock it, right? So you need to look up earlier in time for some less encrypted packets that do like a SSL handshake. If I was the people implementing Wireshark, I would they need the handshake key and some key hard-coded in the game. I guess like if they use a key in the game to encrypt the data that then gets sent over an encrypted channel, yes. If I was the Clash of Clans devs, I wouldn't bother. I would make sure that it's encrypted over transit, but I wouldn't. Oh, hey, Plusser. It's for Clash of Clans. So the SSL handshake is really get their public key. Well, anyways, I forget the exact sequence. SSL handshake packet sequence. But basically, if you look up in Wireshark help, how to decrypt packets on the connection that got pre-established or whatever, yeah, so the server tells you, hey, here's my certificate, and then you, using that certificate, you can craft a challenge that only that server should be able to solve, and you send along, and by the way, let's use this such and such a thing for data moving forward, and then it'll come back. All of that is in the network layer. There might be a step before where Clash of Clans code says, here's this message I want to send, ROT30 to it, or something, right? And then pass that to the network stack. That might be harder to decrypt, but you should at least be able to see, you should be able to get Wireshark to get the plain text of the packets, right? You should be able to unwrap the encryption for the SSL. What's a way to draw this? So you can imagine there's like a tunnel. You had something like that. You decompiled someone's path of exile logout macro that they made with an AI. It was about 750 lines of code, and you trimmed the bloat and useless logic to about 300 lines of code. But just using a library to sniff the packets and figure out the sequence that it sent, and then send TCP reset packets a bunch of times with the supposedly correct sequence. Because the usual logout macros just null the TCP table with the Windows API, and then Windows sends the TCP reset packet, but that's categorized as an unexpected disconnect and keeps you in-game for 6 seconds. Yeah, and depending on how the application decides to... Are you guys familiar with the OSI layer model? Basically, so like the code you write in your application basically works at the application layer. If they're just using raw messages here, like a message of like hello or logout, and you're sending it down an encrypted pipe, you should be able to intercept the data on your end and recreate the keys to decrypt the messages that get sent. But if they have like a secret super special blob of key data in the application that they first decrypt the payload with, you'll have to find that key first. like they could do that, but if I was them, I wouldn't bother because all the things are on the client anyway. So anyone who really wants to look can still find it. Like at the end of the day, your computer is sending a message that works, so you should be able to know all the bits that are on your computer. If that makes sense. Yeah, so plus they're saying like you need to send like the message that their protocol understands for expecting a logout instead of just like in software yanking the network cable. Yeah. According to some documentation you found, they're bothering with it. Ah! I mean, now you get to learn about reverse engineering and decompilers, which I don't touch, but yeah. Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure what Monk Will Dev wants you to do either, but it's something to do with sniffing traffic for Clash of Clans. Any no reply? Okay, fine. Okay, where was I? I was in input land, and I was questioning my life decisions. Spent the last 3 years of your life in reverse engineering. Oh, nice! Just never got a taste of the networking side. Oh. If you can reverse engineer things, and like, decompile binaries and trace control flow, the sniffing packets is, yeah, easy mode for you. Do you have if you're into reverse engineering, do you have a decompiler of choice? I've never used one enough to get a real intuition or opinion on what I would like, but Gidra, yeah. What's the other one? I want to say IDA? IDA? IDA free? Yeah. Interactive disassembler? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You have IDA on your Ubuntu VM? Yeah. Anyways. I don't need to do that dark magic, I just have to make heads or tails of this barftacular code. At least this code wasn't generated by AI. I know it wasn't because this was from 12 years ago. They wouldn't have had the language models for it. So that's a plus, I guess. Someone at some point thought it should make sense. I don't use Cheat Engine? No, I don't. I used to use like Game Genie and stuff when I was a kid. You had to like shove the cartridge into the adapter thing and then shove that into your Nintendo, and it's like spilling out the side. But you can do what you want. Yeah. What's that doing? Yeah, we were trying to see what key we get by ID. We do have an aggregator type. It is probably aggregator type axis. Because yeah, index 300 is like the x-axis or something. Yeah. Okay. And then we do this backwards. I gotta do this. because it's breaking my brain. They like put a thing in a map and then declared a local variable to read the map from that ID. I mean, I would just assign it to a local variable and put it in the map. Remember using it to give yourself infinite ammo in Jazz Jackrabbit? Oh, Jazz Jackrabbit! Oh, that takes me back. Like, I think we only had like the shareware demo version, and like my sister and I would play it together. One of us would do everything, and the other everything except for what the other person was in charge of, which was to just smash the spacebar as fast as they could to keep shooting. Because it was like, if you hit it faster, it would shoot more bullets. And so it was just like, one person would sit there just mashing the spacebar while the other person did the running and jumping and like thinking. We literally wore out the spacebar on our keyboard because we used it so much. Jazz Jackrabbit. He had that kind of like anti-hero aesthetic that Sonic kind of tried to do, but it was like pre-Sonic. Rip keyboard. Alright. Yeah, so you're an Axis thing, so you're gonna get a aggregator for axes. Oh, yeah. We haven't said it yet. Where did it get this name? Got it from here. Register key index. What are you... You're registering a key index. But that's... Indexes must be great. An index, or maybe indices, must be greater than 0? Sure, why not? Okay, so pressing one key made 6 events. So, no, moving the mouse to the left, or to the right, I guess in this case, made 6 events. I need a break. They are all presses. X-axis. Some I think that's like the any key. Some other any key, some other any key. Do we really need to allocate more memory to have these like fake events? The answer is no, but it's what we got right now. There's not, so. Oh look, we only get 3 this time. Y-axis. Name me, name me. Another 3. Now sell button. Name me? Name me. Another 3. Now sell button. Release. Name me. Okay. So we did what? 6 for the x-axis. 6 for the y-axis. I mean, we can look at the groups. We got 6 for the x-axis, then 3 for the y-axis, and then 3 for the left down, and 3 for the left up. That's too many events! Oh, hey! Thanks for the raid, Will the Fool Learn. Welcome, welcome. We're coming up on the end, thank goodness, because my head is about to die. If you haven't seen Will the Fool Learn, I think they're into Golang. Is that right? I gotta shout you out. Shout out to Will the Fool Learn. Been doing Golang for a few months due to the boot dev courses, yeah. Hello there, hope all is going well. Pun grudgingly intended. What do you mean pun? Where's your pun there? You're working on authentication and authorization lesson material right now. Ah, very good. Important stuff. Oh, going! Yeah. I see what you did there. Well done. But yeah, so we're here looking at why there's just why. We're looking at why, and the answer is because and it's not happiness. Could have capitalized G in going. Yeah, it would have been like big G, big O, ing. Yeah. Anyways. So when we moved the mouse, we got a change in x-axis, which meant we needed 6 events. And then, well, we moved the mouse, so there's also a change in the y-axis, which only needed 3 events. And then we clicked down, which needs another 3 events, as one does, and then we lifted up, which needed another 3 events. "15 events. Unfortunately, you've got a bit of time crunch today, so I need to raid and lurk right away. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Happy to have you. But yeah, so we're stepping through this. We're asking all the keys to think. We didn't generate an event. We didn't generate an event. We did not generate. We did not generate. So at least we aren't generating random ass stupid stuffs. So, okay. Okay, so what did we see? We saw that process frame called sys.think, which is basically copying over native events to glop events, and does a weird key mapping thing to do it, but it doesn't tell anybody that this happened. Instead, it's expected that somebody else comes along and calls get input event, or calls, oh, good luck with my mouse movement stuff, thank you. If we look at this, the thinking says sys input think. But that's not going to trigger any respond. We're not going to get any respond because we haven't registered any GUI to listen for event groups. Okay, let me capture that somewhere. Add a event. Is it like an input event listener? An event handler. Add a event handler to the input. Object, so that we can listen for input. So we can dispatch put events to our GUI, which is just the start. Okay. We need a handle to the input object, which is like sys dot. Did we make the input? Oh. There's a type called forwarding event handler. It's a struct. We can assign to gen.event handler. Forwarding event handler. No. Now we don't implement the thing yet. Event group. Event group. By pointer or by? I think that's fine. Fed.rat.respond. What does the GUI do? GUI DUI. Handle event group. It deals with focus and then calls respond. It's a struct, not an interface, which is killing me. Python is the only language you can't read. Challenge. Read Perl. Can you read Perl? Nobody can read Perl. It's a write-only language. You write something in Perl and you can never remember or grok it again. And you can read Perl because you looked at Code Golf. Oh god. No. No. I mean, Code Golf, sweet, but Perl, bleh. It's not that Perl is bad. It's that what people use Perl for is like one-off throwaways that they don't care if they ever are able to read it again. So when you come across Perl in the wild, it was not written with readability in mind. And now that you're trying to read it, you're hating life. I need to add a add event handler to the driver interface. Alright, system test. Driver. Event handler takes a gin event handler. Right? You take a gin event handler. Oh, gin sounds really nice right now. So when we have to add an event handler, we say d.window. Input. We should probably hang on to the input thing. I really don't want to expose a system. I don't want a system.system instance to be able to return an input object in general. I mean, maybe it doesn't matter. It's called register event listener, and it takes a listener, not a. You found the public key in a 10-year-old repo, and the key appears when you scan forward in memory. Fire! Nice! Now you just have to figure out what encryption library they use, or something. Is there a better way? I need the .think to call handle event group. Yeah, I really do.
Not a day passes by. I don't think about the time that we had shared together. Hot and steamy, filled with nights, dancing till the morning light. Moments I will treasure. Those nights are faded, but I keep on waiting till I see your face again. Yeah,
Now you take a listener. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. There. What? I just want to build it and see what it doesn't build. Huh? What have I changed? Add an input listener. Add an input listener. Nobody calls it yet. Oh, okay, yeah. The tests don't build. WAP system test. System. This, but the input listener. Pipe band through and C to text. Pipe through us. No build failure. Lots of other failure. Gen specs. Where? What are you talking about? You're saying key A was nil. Didn't used to be nil, but now it is. Think. I am thinking. Yeah, because timestamps should be negative. You should be able to make timestamps that are negative. Okay. Still didn't work. But huh? It shouldn't matter. In fact, we should do it after the click because it's not about when the event happens, it's when you process it. I'm not going to call this driver.think. Not in a million years. But we are out of time. Make update glop. So we don't have to remember that we gotta run inst. Oh, actually. Break encapsulation. Feature support adding gin listeners through the system interface because we need it for testing. It's not really. Okay.
I'm thinking of you. Although I'm trying not to call out your name. As I reach out to touch you, you light up my world, burning like fire. Is love all you need, all you desire? You're the one that I need, you're my one desire. Can't you see?
Alright, let's see what happens when we break here. But
And you rescued me when you could see me falling deeper.
a no GUI and a wrapped object. Yeah. Forwarding We need to trace this. We need to make sure this gets called, and then we need to trace it. Login.trace. Start menu. Respond or do respond? Let's break on here. Break on UI start.go 161. And just let rip. Okay. So we hit the respond, and it is in forwarding event handler. Yeah, event handler. From the think, from the test driver process frame. Good.
Put it this way,
P.
it's gonna be good because there's gonna be
Group
loads of people there
dot
dancing
events.
along, and probably what they'll do is have a drink at the bar when they come in, and then they'll mosey on over to the dance floor. You know, they'll get themselves.
None of these
down
will have a
there singing.
cursor.
The girls will put their bags down and have a look, a little wiggle around, and it's gonna be fun. And then afterwards, they'll probably go back down the stairs, have a look outside, think, shall I get a taxi home or shall I jump into the club next door till 7 a.m. for the after party? I think most people, including
Group
myself,
dot find
will go home,
event.
'cause by that time I'll be very
Let's see
tired.
where it goes.
Roundabout now, Technical 2005
Okay. It didn't find any mouse L button in the group.
We're about to pick things up one more notch with the representative of the future perfect
We're out of time, but
stepping up
good
upon the one
gracious, I want to keep going.
It's an
Okay, continue. Next. Print group dot events add 0. That's y-axis. Mouse L button. Alright. We better find you. Hit is false. And then for each button. Handle click 0, 0. Okay, so here don't work. We'll deal with that tomorrow. This is old way of mouse. Coordinate get and it needs to die. And fire with prejudice. There we go. Alright, we'll leave that here. So we'll find it tomorrow. We'll light a fire around it, and it will go away. But that'll have to be tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching. Hope to see you again next time. Maybe we can find someone else on the Twitch that we can raid. Let's raid non-codes. I think she's doing a bunch of like learning and stuff, and we can go wish her well. Copying, not easy. See you later, MindCoolDev. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you have more luck with your Clash of Clans packet sniffing, encryption breaking, whatever you're doing. I don't know what the end game is, but hopefully it goes well. So again, thanks so much for stopping by. And tomorrow we'll probably get mouse stuff going. Take care. You don't know what you're doing either? Those are the fun projects. All right. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
Caffeine! Storm, thank you for the raid. Am I following you, Caffeine? How are you doing today?
Not
What
sure if
have you
she's
been
home.
up to? Shout out to Caffeine. Let me see if I followed you. I feel like I have. Yeah, I have. What were you working on today? We're so close to getting mouse things working. For what? What were you doing?
Working on a game. Turn-based
Thank you for the raid.
strategy
Appreciate it.
thingy.
You're welcome to check out the commands on the bot and
But it's
put in a song request, save a song, check out what's currently playing, you know. Working on game turnout strategy thing in a haunted house. Oh, are you, what are you using, Caffeine Storm?
it's Golang.
Is it Feline?
It's Go mostly, but
But it's scuffed.
there's some native C++ too.
Okay. So you guys, we were just having
And then
back to what we were
embedded
talking about here. We were talking about what I would do once I'm done with the first version of Notifybot, right? I think I also want to create a YouTube video, right? I maybe want to create a YouTube video so that other people who aren't too tech literate can
I'm not, but I'm not sure